until it became accurate. Yes, sir.
All right, it's 6 o'clock, and we're going to get started with this February 11th, 2016 Georgetown-Scott County Planning and Zoning Commission meeting. The first item on the agenda, well, let's make note that Mr. Shirley is not present for the record. First item on the agenda is approval of the January invoices. Need a motion to approve.
I make a motion to approve the January invoices.
Motion by Ms. Holland. Need a second. Second by Mr. Caldwell. All those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, motion approved. Approval of the January 14th, 2015 minutes.
I make a motion to approve.
A motion by Ms. Mizell,
I'll second.
second by Mr. Solsky,
Thanks, Rob.
not the banker. All those in favor say aye. Those against it, motion approved. Approval of the February agenda. No changes, so need a motion to approve the agenda, please.
I make a motion to approve the agenda.
Motion by Ms. Mizell, second by Ms. Holland. All those in favor? Those opposed? Motion approved. Items for postponement, withdrawal? None. The consent agenda. I think all of our applications are eligible for consent, but I think we do have some people maybe want to speak.
I think item A, MVH industrial piping is eligible. And item B, I think the other two have
Folks here.
wanted to speak.
Okay. Is anyone here to speak against the MVH industrial piping application? It's preliminary development plan for parking, expansion and future building expansion of 2 acres adjacent to existing operation located at 200 Endeavor Drive in Lanes Run Business Park. Anyone here to speak against that application? If not, I'll take a motion to approve that on a consent.
So move.
Motion by Mr. Wiseman,
I'll second.
second by Ms. Holland. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, motion approved. The second one eligible for consent, did you say D, Joe?
D,
Is a Toyota container yard parking addition. Is anyone here against that? It's a preliminary development plan for a 270 space parking lot addition on 3 acres within the Toyota manufacturing plant. Is anyone here to speak against that application? If not, I'll need a motion for consent, please.
I'll make a motion.
Motion by Mr. Solsky,
I second.
second by Ms. Holland. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, motion approved. So I guess our first item of business would be the Lena Wise property. All right, Matt, whenever you're ready.
All right. This application, PDP 2016-04, is for a kennel, a proposed kennel facility. The building is proposed to be a little over 7,500 square feet. The location is 1364 Lexington Road. It's just south of city limits, just south of the urban service boundary. The property is zoned A1 agricultural. It's 4.5 acre lot. It has access to water but not sewer, and there's no waivers requested or variances requested with this property. Can you go to the next one? Well, we'll get that in a second. The applicant did receive approval of a conditional use permit through the Scott County Board of Adjustments for both an animal clinic and a kennel. They also received variances to the side yard setbacks, reducing those by, I believe, around 46 feet to allow the kennel and the dog exercise yards to fit on the parcel. As you can see here, this parcel here is the subject property. This is the urban service boundary in the city limits right here. The property does has access, as I mentioned, off of Lexington Road, US 25. There's currently an entrance there. So just from the site plan, and this is actually a slightly old version of the site plan. A newer one was submitted to me today, but I can point out the slight differences. The property, as I mentioned, has access here off of US 25 for vehicular access. This here's the parking area. They're proposing 20 parking spaces. 19 parking spaces are required by our ordinance, so they meet that condition. As far as pedestrian access, they are showing a sidewalk here along Lexington Road with a note that the width will match the adjoining sidewalks. The house that exists currently on the front of the property is scheduled to remain there. My understanding is that will be for use by the Humane Society. And then this back here is where the 7,500 square foot kennel will sit. These areas I've outlined here in orange are the outdoor exercise areas. Those might be of concern to some of the neighbors, given that that's probably the area where noise or sound is most likely to come from. And we'll touch on that in a little bit. There's an existing tree line on the north side, the east side, and the south side of the property. The applicant has indicated that all of those areas are to remain the tree lines that exist there on the property. And in addition to that, these are evergreen trees that are marked to be set on top of a berm. Those are required by ordinance to be spaced 30 feet apart. Based on some measurements I took earlier today, the applicant is showing that those are about 18 feet apart, so they are planting the trees a little bit closer than the ordinance requires, just to try to get additional sound protection. This area here was shown to have a gap. Since then, the applicant has brought me a copy of the site plan that shows they've added additional trees in that area to close that gap, and they'll be spaced an appropriate amount. Additionally, the outdoor exercise areas will be fenced, and a site plan brought to me, sent to me by the applicant today, has a detail on it showing those to be privacy fences, so they won't be chain link fences. It'll absorb a little bit more of the sound. Let's see. Other features of the site. The landscaping for the vehicular use area meets all of our requirements. They're showing an appropriate amount of area and trees for the interior VUA, and they're also showing shrubs and trees to screen the parking area from Lexington Road. On this site plan, there was shown a storage building, a small temporary storage building here for use by the Humane Society. Since this PowerPoint was put together, that's actually also been removed from the application. The applicant is not proposing to have that storage container for the Humane Society on the site anymore. There's also, I think it's right here, I should have circled it. The applicant is proposing to have a monument-style sign advertising the use on the property. So just a couple of additional comments regarding our requirements for kennels. We do require that kennels be soundproofed, and there's a note on the site plan indicating that this building will in fact be soundproofed. Now, there have been some concerns from a neighboring property owner who also has a conditional use permit. That conditional use permit allows this property here to the south to host weddings and other events on that property. So there were some concerns there about whether the two conditional use permits might conflict each other or might impact one another. So I did a measurement of from this barn to the edge of the outdoor recreational area for the dogs. It came out to be roughly 785 feet. So, I mean, that combined with the existing tree line, the privacy fence, and the evergreen trees that the applicant is proposing to plant should provide adequate screening and minimize the amount of dog noise that reaches that barn. Additionally, at the Board of Adjustments, the applicant did agree to keep all the dogs indoors if they were given 24 hours notice of an event. So if the neighboring property owner was to hold a wedding or something, as long as they gave the kennel notice, all dogs could be kept inside the facility, and that was indicated that wouldn't be a problem at all. So we covered all the access issues with the property. All of the landscaping meets our requirements, both for just development plans in general, as well as dog kennel facilities. I am recommending approval of this application. The first, I believe, 8 conditions are standard conditions that we include with all of our development plans. The 9th condition that I've listed here is that the applicant should adhere to all the conditions set by the Scott County Board of Adjustments. The 10th condition, that the kennel be soundproof, just to make sure that the applicant is aware of that requirement. And then the 11th condition here is somewhat unusual. Let me see if I can go back. There's some areas on the development plan that when they were submitted and when corrections were submitted were marked as future areas. So in particular, there's this area here. This access is marked as a future gravel drive. There's also a future proposed building here in the rear, as well as this future expansion area. And so I included a condition that no approval is being given at this time for these future buildings. And this building proposed to the rear here has been indicated to us from the applicant that will be a large animal clinic. I'm recommending that it be not approved at this time, simply because the staff, when we received the staff report, the staff report was written, and when we received corrections from the applicant, this was all marked as future, so it wasn't factored into things like parking requirements. We didn't look into whether or not this would be an appropriate area for gravel driveways. We didn't look into whether additional landscaping would be required to screen this use. So none of these factors were taken into consideration. So what I'm proposing is that all these areas that are marked as future be handled with a major amendment brought before this body later. But with that being said, I am recommending approval of this application. I did give all of you also a copy of a letter written by Gene Thomas outlining some of the sanitary, or not sanitary sewer, but some of the septic system issues for this property. And he is here to answer any questions regarding that if you have any questions.
Does anyone have any questions for Matt? I got one question for you, Matt.
Yeah.
On the removal of the storage container from the
Yes.
plat, should we put that a condition of approval also?
You can, yeah.
I'd like to add that as number 12. The removal of the storage container from the plat, just to make sure the record stays straight on
That'd be
that.
number 13, because 12 is they've got to come back for the things marked future.
He's got that as
Oh
11.
no, I have that on there. It's on the conditions I gave you, but it's not in the
Oh, I
staff
see.
report.
It's not in the staff report.
Yeah.
I didn't see that. Well, now we've got it there twice. It's very well covered.
Okay. Anyone have any questions for Matt? Is the applicant here to speak? If you just Well, let's do this first. Charlie, we need to swear everybody in, please.
Okay. Everyone signed in to speak to an application. If you'd stand and raise your right hand, please. Do you swear or affirm the statement you're to make tonight to be the truth to the best of your information and belief? Thank you.
Just state your name.
My name is Scott Tredge. I've been a veterinarian in Georgetown for 26 years. The other parts of the applicants is Scott Weekly, who's been here 31 years, and then Will Bollinger has been here about 7 to 8 years. The idea of this project is to give a business that's non-existent in Georgetown at this point in time. Not available, not easy access. The whole proposal does include the large animal clinic, which again, there is one non-existent in Scott County at this time. The area that we have currently for large animals is going to be closed here probably in the next month due to the sale of the old facility. And the kennel would drive the ability to be able to do that. You can't have something with easy access and just have a large animal clinic in Scott County and be able to afford to do it. So the kennel is a very important part of that, and that's why we're going for approval of that first. We do have a large animal veterinarian that will begin working for us hopefully in May, so that's another part of it. I think there's a little misunderstanding about kennels and what do you do in a kennels. Well, you were given a sheet, I believe, that has the maximum number of dogs at certain times of the week versus other times of the week, and then the averages. A lot of those numbers come out just by basic percentages of occupation. You'll see there's more during the week during business hours than there are on weekends and holidays, and that's because part of the business is a dog daycare. That's where people will bring their dogs during the day, leave them, and then pick them up when they're home from work. And so that's why the numbers are smaller at night and smaller on weekends and holidays. When these dogs are in the kennel, they are not out all the time. They're out for a very short period of time. The animals are let out to go to the bathroom and exercise for a short period of time and then placed back in the building. So if you look at the plan, there's so many kennels. Those are not directly connected outside. They are hallways inside, walk to a door, released into an exercise area, and then shortly brought back in. Indoors, if you notice in part of the kennel itself, there's a large area of it's just empty. That's an indoor play area. Again, they would be in there getting exercise and playing and not outside. The dog daycare, if you see in the back part of it, there's a release area for them to go out and exercise and be together. But there again, they're not out there all the time. There'd be, count up the number of hours in a day, the amount of time these animals would be outside would be very short. And while they're outside, as you can see, privacy fences, a 4 to 6 foot berm, and then trees which are placed closer together than required. Again, to all minimize impact, sound. The other thing of the kennel itself, it sits fairly far back from the road behind an existing house. That house is to be given to the Humane Society, use as an office area to be able to do adoptions and do what they do at no cost. That area also would be cleaned up a little bit. There's some stumps and whatnot which would be removed, landscaping placed there. And so the impact of the building is the first thing people see when they come into Georgetown is really not going to be much. The front of the building does have stone 4 feet up on it. The colors at the current time will probably be, if anybody has seen an existing clinic, the Central Kentucky Vet Center, it's the same company that constructed that building will construct this one. So it'll be sort of a tan colored with a brown roof, with the stone on the front, awning over the door, and then all the landscaping. So I don't think it's going to be something that somebody will hardly notice, and if they did, it's going to be a nice looking building. The signage that we would propose would be one that would kind of mimic what's there as the Welcome to Georgetown type sign. Wooden, carved, landscaping, stone base, nothing nothing too intrusive. No lighting. This is not a nighttime business, so there would be no lights on the sign. Everything we've looked at and tried to do has been to be low impact on anybody around us. And so that's pretty much, I think, the misunderstanding about a kennel is that dogs are constantly running in and out. That's not what happens. That's not what a kennel is. One is it's either too cold or it's too hot. And so that's what some people believe. I think we have doors and dogs are constantly outside. They're not. And if they're indoors, you could even come by our clinic and listen to see if you've ever heard a dog bark in our clinic. Outside, you won't. And it's the same type of construction. So, any questions?
Anybody have any questions for the applicant?
How many dogs would be out at a given time during the day?
Well, in the actual area of the boarding dogs, the most you would see would probably be anywhere from 4 to 6 on the sides, because you don't put dogs out together that are boarding. They would be either one, or if they go together, then there would be 2. They would be the same household type dogs. In the dog daycare area, you might have 6 or 7 smaller animals, and may have 8 to 10, 12 larger dogs together. And again, they'd be out and then back in, as you can't leave them out if it's 90 degrees and 95% humidity. And again, there's a decent percentage of the building inside that is made for an indoor exercise or play area. That's where a lot of that would occur. And we don't, if you've been around dogs much, these dogs don't see each other. Dogs that are there for boarding, they're isolated. They have no cages that face each other. Even indoors, dogs bark when they see other dogs. The outside exercise areas between where dogs would be let out are isolated. They can't see other dogs. They can't see other people. They can't see anything but a privacy fence in the side of the building. There's no windows that they can see out of. All the windows in the clinic, except for in the front where the cat area is about the only one that's, I believe, 4 or 5 feet from the ground. All the others are up much higher, so they wouldn't see outside either. There would be sunlight, but it's going to be above where they would see. But dogs don't bark a lot if they're out there by themselves. You get a bunch, yeah, they would, but these dogs won't be that way.
Mr. Smith, do you have a question?
One quick question. You said the large animal clinic, you're hoping to maybe get that done sometime in the next year? Or
Yeah, well within.
Within a year?
It's what the clinic part of it is. It's really more of a barn and working facility. The plan is to have somebody be able to drive in, unload, and just drive circle around the clinic and go out. The actual building would contain the hydraulic chute that we have, a stall or 2, and then there would be paddocks in case an animal was kept. There would be paddocks out, next to the clinic to turn those animals out. The large animal part in Scott County, there's not much available. There's really not. And the young lady that we're in talks with right now could potentially start with us in May or June. And a lot of what she does will depend on whether we can continue to do this. But that's her interest, is large animal only. And so she'll be at least ambulatory for a while, making farm calls. And the haul-in facility makes it nice because we're able to trim feed on cattle and do various procedures that you can't do on the farm. And again, once we close our facility at the old Central Kentucky Vet Center, which has now been sold, and we have about 30 to 60 days to get our stuff out of there, then there isn't anything. There's nothing in Scott County.
So is the large animals, is that part of this application
No.
too?
No.
Okay, all right. I was
It's
getting
future.
a little confused on that.
Yeah.
All right, good. Anyone have any questions for the applicant? Any more questions? No? I don't guess so. Thank you. Matt, you got something?
Yeah, the applicant brought this with, I'm gonna pass it around. It's kind of a site plan and the elevation.
Mr. Jean, can I ask you a question real quick? Sure. If you come up here. On the septic of the house, since it's a house now residential, does it matter if it changes to like a business or some sort, or?
As long as
will that
it's
matter
just
on
human waste, it shouldn't be a problem, and I think that's what I put in my letter. We would know what their intended use would be. So if it was like an office and you just had 2 or 3 or 4 people there a day, as long as the system is currently working properly, it shouldn't be a problem. If it were ever to fail, then we would ask for the owner to repair the system and bring it up to code.
Okay. Thanks, sir. Man, I had one more question. And this may go toward Joe. I know with our comp plan update, we're talking about maybe expanding the USB. Would this affect expanding the USB to the south? How would this come into relation with being in the city limits then, if the USB stretches
I
out?
think this use is permitted in A1, so this shouldn't have any, it's not being served by sewers. So
Okay.
It's not, it wouldn't encourage development beyond.
That's all I have. Okay. Charlie, we have anyone to speak?
Yes, anyone signed in to speak to this application? Yes, he is signed in. Yeah, Mr. Quarles?
Hello, I'm Roger Quarles. I'm the neighbor that's worried about the noise. I guess it's important, but maybe I should mention that I've been in Scott County 36 years, exceeding the other applicants. I'm not sure if that's important, but it seemed to be, so I thought I'd mention that. First of all, I'd like to point out that, as a point of order here, that the applicant is not the person that the permit has been granted to. Mr. Jack Wise has the permit, not the veterinarian clinic. When Mr. Wise, if he's successful in selling this property, that goes moot. And apparently, from what the planning office has told me, this all had to be repeated again. They'll have to come back to the Board of Adjustments for a permit under their name after they actually purchase it. But at the moment, the permit is held by Mr. Wise. I think that's correct.
Will that have any impact, Charlie?
First off, it's my understanding that the application was joint with the owner and the contract holder, in which case, no, there would not be any new trip to the Board of Adjustment. It would continue right on with the contract holder.
I was just referring to the letter that they gave me a copy of, where they sent to Mr. Wise, plainly stating that when they sell it, that it's moot.
I don't know about that letter, but I don't think that's the case. So if anything, we disagree, but I don't think we do disagree at this point.
All right. Well, the other thing I'd like to point out is that I did ask yesterday by letter to the Board of Adjustments for them to come back and rehear this, because there was quite a few, or several, gross misstatements of fact given to the Board of Adjustments commissioners. And I would have that for the record. I'd like to place that in the record if they haven't got it. Do they have a copy? In other words, that'll serve.
I can get a copy to look at.
Well, while he's getting that together, the veterinarian, Mr. Trish Baddick, would have described this as a pet daycare type thing, it's a pet resort. It's not particularly a dog kennel, so to speak, it's a daycare thing. And I'm not sure that that's addressed very plainly, because they are a new business in surrounding areas, and I'm not sure that a dog kennel is quite the same thing as a pet resort or a daycare thing. For that reason, I thought that the Board of Adjustments may want to rehear this. They also were told that and I heard it again tonight, that this is not available anywhere else in Scott County. And I don't think that's quite true, because the same operations are available from the veterinarian clinic at the corner of Stamping Ground Road and out of Great Crossings. And I've got a picture up here of their dog kennel, fully in operation. Apparently a past board here has approved this plan, because they had to have a preliminary development plan to build this, I guess. But it is not, they're not the only one, because it's existing right now. And I'd like to enter that in the record too, if I may. The other thing that was mentioned to the Board of Adjustment Commissioners was it's about 1,500 feet from the site to our venue where we're going to be holding public events outside, the weddings, etc. And they said it's about 1,500 feet, and Matt just mentioned a moment ago that it's about half of that distance. So whenever they made their decision, I guess maybe that might have had a bearing on their thoughts. And so I would say that, that maybe they would have decided differently had they known the actual distance between the two sites was half as what was stated at that time. The other thing that was presented at the time is that it would be basically an immediate large animal clinic, And, you know, we've since learned that that's not quite true. And that may indeed have had a bearing on their decision for the evening that they decided that. For those reasons, I'd have asked them to rehear it. I don't have any idea whether we'll do that or not. But
I haven't heard back yet from them.
okay. But for that reason, I wanted to, if you do go forward and approve something, I mean, I would suggest that the entire thing be tabled until you sort out the ownership issues, and as well as maybe getting through with a comprehensive plan to see whether there's going to be any differences in this. They were also told, you know, that you couldn't put this thing anywhere in the county except in A1. And, you know, I've already showed you by picture there that it already is allowed in other zones in the county because it's allowed in the commercial zone out at the corner of Stamping Ground Road. That is a commercial zone out there, I believe, isn't it? Is that true?
Yeah.
Yes. Yeah, so it could be placed in other areas of the city. I am concerned about the noise. There is an agreement that they would pin the dogs up during an event. What I'm worried about is that when we have potential clients that come out and they hear dogs barking during that visit, that I can't predict when it might have a potential client come out and look at the venue site. If they hear dogs barking, we won't have a client, because a bride is not going to take a chance on hearing. If I say, now look, don't you worry about this, because you won't be hearing dogs during your wedding event, I just don't think they're going to feel comfortable enough to proceed forward on that. So if indeed that you allow this thing to go forward, I would ask for additional noise abatement. Maybe they could put the exercise areas on the other side of the driveway, from the driveway over to the church property, to get it on the other side of the building, to further insulate that. In other words, take it off this side of the building and take it off the end and put them over there. You could also put some more screening up. And this is a picture of the noise abatement screening that's out on the bypass across from Southgate Drive, when you drive around the bypass across from McDonald's. That whole area right there, that is a picture of noise abatement screening. I agree it's not the most aesthetic looking thing in the world, but it does work. I don't think that the evergreen trees placed 18 feet apart would quite be sufficient, at least in the early times. I don't know what size plants they will be. If they're something like this, it'll take years for them to develop to where it amounts to anything if they're 18 foot apart. That's probably about the width of your counter that you've got here, maybe that much apart. I don't think that'd be sufficient to hold the noise. You can have trees planted larger than that. It's more expensive, but you can do that, and you can put them closer together, of course. But you could put up a privacy fence or something on top of that berm all the way around it. That would doesn't have to look like this. I'd suggest a wood structure or something to where it would catch all the noise that's behind that. I would ask for that if in fact that you go forward with this. I am concerned about the number of the number of vehicles in and out of this place today. It could approach 100 vehicles a day. If you're going to have how many dogs and cats that's going to be delivered there for daycare, which would be, I think, a major commercial event rather than just a mundane something that you might think for a dog kennel might support. For these and other reasons, I'd ask you to first just to table the thing, but if you don't, then certainly add some additional screening and do whatever we can to abate the noise, to allow our venue to proceed. We've already spent about $50,000 remodeling buildings and putting things in order out there. We've had 2 events in the past, this past summer. We've got to spend another $25,000 to $30,000 to finish up putting the bathrooms in. And at this point, I'm not quite sure that we can do that, because we already had our permit issued, and now this one, I think, is in conflict with ours to the point, because of the noise factor. Or you could actually have the dogs stay entirely on the inside of the soundproof building if you did so, and then eliminate the outside areas. That would help a bunch. So, but we've already spent a huge amount of money out there, and I mean, if we have noise, we're sunk. I mean, that's all there is to it. And I don't know that was thought about well enough when the Board of Commissioners for the Board of Adjustments were given incorrect distances between the two sites. Maybe they would have decided differently, maybe they would decide the same, don't know. But I do think they should go ahead and rehear this and with the correct facts put in record rather than the incorrect ones that they relied upon that night. Any questions?
Does anyone have any questions for Mr. Quarles?
I'd like to make a couple statements to answer his question.
Does it, anyone, any of the commissioners have any questions?
Not at this time, but
The sound barriers are going to be trees anywhere from 6 to 8 feet in height. That's what we're planning on. The Board of Adjustments, to my knowledge, was told it was about 800 to 900 feet, not 1,500 feet. That was my understanding when I was there that night. Like I say, the sound aspect is, I think, from the way that you handle these, and it is the only facility in Georgetown or Scott County that would be a combined dog daycare and kennel. Nobody offers dog daycare. I know that's a different industry that many people don't know about, but it's a huge, huge want by people. Most dog daycares in Lexington have waiting lists to put their animals in. And we had a petition on the Board of Adjustments of a number of people that wanted that facility. And the mayor of Georgetown even spoke up in our favor that he felt like it was something that was necessary. Traffic-wise, going in and out of there, 30, 40 dogs, so 30, 40 cars, probably, considering the dog daycare. The drive going to the kennel is quite wide. In the entrance, if you look at the road, it has the turn lane, 4 lanes. It's set up to be able to handle traffic like that. Noise, like I say, we have offered everything we could to reduce noise. You know, if he gives us the notice that he's having a wedding within so many hours, I believe it was a 48-hour notice. 24. And I told him he can give us a 5-day notice, 7-day notice. We're not there to cause problems. You know, we're not there for that reason. We're hiding it as much as we can.
Thank you.
Dr. Chris, you think it's possible at all that what Roger had mentioned, that the outdoor exercise area is it possible it could be moved to the opposite side of the building, or would that not work?
Well, you've got exercise areas all around the building.
All around.
You've got them on each, you've got 2 on the left and 2 on the right. I don't know the exact measurements, I believe they're like 20 by 30 with privacy fences, and then you have the area in the back. As far as moving them to the other side of the road, that would be just technically impossible to move dogs from there on a leash. Then we've got dogs running around loose. You know, we do have a letter the church had signed, and they were in full okay with us. As far as noise for them, we have an agreement with them that says if you're having service, special service, wedding, you let us know. You will not hear a dog. The owners of the other side of the property, Johnny and Lori Saunders, spoke with them, and they had no problems with it whatsoever. None. But the church was the first people we talked to. Before we even wrote the contract on the property, we spoke with the church. So we don't want to be a problem to them, that's for sure. And the senior pastor there, he was real happy with it. And we do have a letter from him stating it was okay with the parishioners of that church, that they saw no problems with it.
Does anyone have any questions or comments on that? Thank you, sir. Is anyone else here to speak against this application or for this application? Any more discussion from the commission?
Charlie,
Yeah.
do we need to look back at the Board of Adjustments? Is that something we need to look at, or can we just go on and vote on this tonight?
Well, as far as this board's concerned, it's been approved as conditional use, so I think you can proceed. But to answer Mr. Quarles' concern, the letter that he submitted yesterday will be submitted to the board. That's not something we're just either going to write off or do something about. It's going to go to the board. Whether that's to the chair or to the full, that I don't know yet. I wouldn't doubt it'll go to the full board. They will review that, the concerns he raises, and if they feel like a second hearing is called for, then they'll notify both the persons in and around as well as the applicants. If they do that, my guess is, and that's all it would be, is that if there are in fact some concerns that they find are legit and something may need to be done, then they'll heighten whatever conditions are on it. I guess it's conceivable that they could set aside the conditional use permit. That'd be rather dramatic, so I doubt that's what would happen, but that would certainly be within their authority. More likely is any concerns that are raised that they agree with, they would probably add some conditions to take care of it. One further thing, as with all conditional use permits, you can be going along just wonderfully and months later have a problem. That can still be brought back, and the board can bring the applicant in and have to deal with it. It's not like you approve a development plan and that's it. And if you forget a parking space or two, tough, it's done. They've got continuing jurisdiction over that conditional use permit, so they can take care of a problem 5 years down the road if there is one. Now, just one note on the distances. I agree with the applicant. I think we talked more in the terms of 800, not 15. I don't remember that number at all. But the board does not lose jurisdiction over that, and they can keep fine-tuning it until it gets it right if it's not right already. But as far as this board's concerned, it's been approved. Therefore, all they've got to do is satisfy the development plan regs. According to staff, they've done that. One other thing, and I've discussed this with Matt today, you could actually make a condition that it's subject to the board saying grace in whatever way, but that's the law anyway. So even if you approve it without an additional condition and the Board of Adjustment takes it up and does something, doesn't take it up, whatever they decide, your approval is still subject to that continuing to be an approval. So if they look at it and say, this was a terrible mistake, and they withdraw that approval, your approved plan here tonight is no count because they can't build it without that conditional use approval. So it doesn't even have to be a condition at this point. It is by law a condition.
Condition 9 sort of says that anyway, so, doesn't it?
Yes, yeah, you're right, because if they say no, they take back the approval and say no, they got to comply with it, which means no. So, yes, sir, you're right.
Any other further comments or questions?
I've got a question for Matt.
No, go ahead.
You had mentioned in your presentation, Matt, that the applicant is seeking approval for the proposed and the future expansion of 4,500, and also the 2,400 square foot building. So they are looking for approval of all three.
No, those will be at a later date.
Okay, so just the one proposed.
Just the 7,500 square
Okay,
foot
just wanted to
building.
clarify because I thought you did mention something.
Yeah,
about
I did mention it because the 2,400 square foot building is their proposed location for the large animal working facility that they
Just want to
mentioned.
clarify that. Thanks.
Mr. Wise?
Yeah, question from Mr. Quarles. How far is your barn from the road? Is it way back? I saw maps a while ago, but I couldn't
It's
tell.
actually about the length of that, there you go.
There it is.
It's about the length, about the length of that lot.
Okay, so that'd
That's
be,
the same distance.
that's 800, probably 600 feet off the road or something.
No,
Oh, it's
it'd
more
be,
now.
probably around,
700.
no, I think those lots are around 1,000 feet deep.
Now, how would the noise from the highway compare to the noise from the couple of dogs that would be out at a given time?
The way the road is constructed in front of us out there, the low spot where our driveway is, on each side of that, it's a cut. There's a berm. If you go down through there, they cut the highway down in underneath the existing elevation of the front of those properties, except about where my driveway is. We occasionally have some noise off the road, but it's gone. I mean, if we have a motorcycle go up the road, it lasts 3 seconds. It's not like a permanent dog party. that would be going on. And then again, I'm very concerned about having clients come in that, there's no provisions here that he has to restrict the dogs when clients come in to look. So they're going to hear that, and I won't have a client if they hear dogs barking. They're not going to take my word for it, I don't think. I don't think a bride would take a chance on having an event where she comes in to do an inspection and there's dogs barking. I just don't think, I just don't think a lady would do that. But, I can't predict that, but I think that's probably true. So, again, I would ask for, if we know a client's coming in, we'd like to at least call and say, we got somebody coming in, can you lock up your dog?
I think the
I think
applicant
they'd
would
have
be
a
willing to,
problem.
Well, that's not one of the written requirements at the moment.
we can make that a condition.
Yeah.
He's in favor for, we can make it a condition of approval.
And I'm not speaking against pet resorts. I mean, I know they're going to do gangbuster business. I know about them in Lexington, and they do very well. It's just, I think to me, this is a bad spot. I mean, this property is agricultural. It's prime agricultural land. We thought it would be agriculture when we started in on our wedding venue. We never dreamed that there'd be 3 commercial businesses operating within that area. First, the house out there that's going to be a commercial venture with the Humane Society. This business that's being located here, and then the large animal clinic that may or may not come at a later date. We never dreamed there'd be 3 of those operating within that site. Of course, I guess that's wrong. But because these are, make no mistake about it, the dog daycare, and we're talking about that now instead of a dog kennel, that's what really the name of it. That is a commercial venture. In other parts of the state, Fayette County, they're located, and they have to locate in B2, B3, and light industrial, because they recognize the noise factors. There's a huge one over on Angliana Avenue, which is light industrial over there. And it works perfectly. And they do. They have a great waiting list over there. And they charge a lot of money for what they do. I don't do that, but I know people do that. And they will do well no matter where they are. But there are other places they can go within the city because it is a permitted use, because there's ongoing operation out at in the Great Crossing area. Made a mistake doing that, but it is out there, and it is ongoing.
Well, if they would agree, and they would just agree to put the dogs all in when you have clients to come look at the place, would that allay your fears?
Well, it would help some, sure.
Help some.
Yeah, I can't say how the end effect of that would be, but I do think we need a little more screening over there, and make a requirement that the 18-foot centers on these bushes that they're going to put up is not sufficient. Maybe you ought to go to 10 foot and have something put in this tall, because you can't have those put in. I mean, there's businesses that will put those in.
They said 6 to 8 feet, I think.
6 to 8 feet is what he
Scott.
said.
You mentioned that for privacy, that's not the screening.
No, that was the trees,
No.
sir.
Scott, address the trees again.
Come back up to the front, Mr. Scott.
The idea of the trees, the berm itself, 4 to 6 feet. The trees will be there. So I mean, a 6 to 8 foot tree, the diameter of it, 4 or 5 feet. And there's, like I say, they're closer than what's required. Plus the existing tree line that's already there.
So the trees will be on top of the berm?
My ideal is it'll be toward the top and kind of alternate one side versus the other. Because there is a condition too where you get them too close together, then they die. That you can't put them too close together. But the berm itself would act as a huge sound barrier. As he said, his farm is protected from the noise of the road by a berm. We're adding that berm in also to
How
give
tall
that
is the
sound
berm?
barrier. It's going to be 4 to 6 feet tall.
4 to 6, and then
Another 6 to 8 somewhere in there. If you go maybe a foot or two off the top, 10 feet. 6 to 10 feet, something like that. And if he has a client coming out, we have no problem with any restriction on that. We really don't. We don't want to mess with his business. I mean, it's a country wedding. You're going to have noises. I can't eliminate every noise that's come from somewhere. But for the most part, we'll do everything we can to accommodate anybody around us. Like I say, the true amount of time these dogs are out, especially during weddings, Friday, Saturday, Sunday, holidays, there's no dog daycare going on at that time. That's the neat thing about dog daycare is you have banker's hours. Makes a lot better than what our hours are.
I wish.
I shouldn't have said that.
What about the condition, who was saying something about if he calls to say he has a client coming over?
Not a
Do
problem.
we need to make that a condition, or?
And it's not really a joint venture between us and the Humane Society. That house has no use for us. We hate to take something like that is a very nice house and tear it down. And our thought was the Humane Society struggles with everything they do. They're paying a lot of money for rent where they're at. I thought, you know what? We get it, something for them, give back to the community, and not just tear something down. That was the whole idea. It's not a joint venture. And Humane Society knows if we don't get this, that doesn't happen, you know? So it's not joint at all. They're paying us nothing to do it. They're not giving us anything to be there. It's totally free of them. So it has nothing to do together.
I didn't think to ask earlier, if the Humane Society is using the house, will it have any dogs in it, or would it be cats? Or
Well, the idea
cats
would
and
be
dogs?
cats and dogs, but
Cats and dogs.
the number of things that would be staying there would be minimal. My feeling is it'd be walked out on a leash and back in. There's not going to be any pens outside or anything like that. But a
You
lot of
think
it would be
it's
office
probably
space.
adequately soundproofed as well?
The house?
The house, I hope it is.
Yeah, I mean, just every.
It was a residence.
Wise could probably answer on that more than I can. I've been in the house one time, and it's a nice place. Like I say, if our first thought was we're going to tear it down, and then we had the idea, how can we not do that and help somebody out? And that was the whole reason for the Humane Society. That's it. Office space, and see if they could adopt some animals and save some lives.
So they will be keeping animals in the house?
There would probably be cats and some dogs. But
Yes, ma'am. If you have something to speak on that.
She does one.
Kristen Lowry, I'm the treasurer on the board of the Scott County Humane Society.
Excuse me, did you sign in?
No,
Do you swear or affirm what you're about to say to be the truth, to the best of your information and belief?
I do.
Kristen Lowry?
I do. Just to clarify, we do keep some cats. Most of the animals are kept in foster homes. We do have a cat room, and we would anticipate we'd have a cat room where we keep some cats. But as far as dogs, all the dogs are kept in foster homes. We don't keep dogs at our office, at night. Or sometimes we do the doggy daycare for people who are fostering, where they'll bring the dog in during the day so that, somebody's at the office, they can keep an eye on the dog while they're working, and then they come back after work and pick it up. So we don't keep dogs permanently there. We do keep some cats there overnight. Does that answer that?
So if you kept a dog during the day, how many dogs would you keep during the day? Maybe just one or two, or?
Yeah, we don't usually, we don't, like in foster care right now, I think we have maybe 3. We don't have nearly as many dogs in foster care as we do cats.
Okay. Any more questions for Ms. Lowry? Thank you, Ms. Lowry.
You're welcome.
Mr. Quarles?
If I just may supplement the question about the berms, I think I'm right, is that the berms will be basically to the level of the foundation of the building rather than up above the building. Is that correct? Because the slope of this land out there, it's not very flat. So the berm will actually, I think, come up to where the foundation meets the brick, or whatever it is they're going to build out of, and then the trees would be on top of that. I know that. But as far as the berms out in front of us, see, the road sits down as much as 10 or 12 feet underneath the top of the berm out there. So the berms that this is suggesting is probably not going to catch much of the noise. The tree line on my side, there's a huge gap in it that actually you can see that on that drawing if you look for it. It's not a solid tree line, so those trees are not going to catch much of the noise. And there's actually a fairly large gap in there. I don't know. Matt was kind enough to come out and look at this, and he could verify that there's a gap in there.
he just said he was going to fill that gap. It's been-
He's gonna fill the gap.
Yeah, I mean, I think.
Mr. Scott.
But again, even if you put a 12-foot tree in that gap, it's still not even going to reach the level of this building because of the topography of the land. Just to make it a little more plainer, if you could see those topographical lines or something. Our property actually sits well above this thing, so we're looking down on it, and which makes the noise even harder to catch as it comes out of there. We're probably 10 to 15 feet above. Our soil level is probably 10 to 15 feet above where this side of this building's going to be, which makes the noise even more difficult to capture as it comes across. When we were given our conditional use permit, we had to agree to mitigate the noise from Miss Caldwell's on Cane Run Farm, and her house is probably 2,000 feet from where we're holding this venue, and so we're a third of that, and plus the prevailing winds kind of come our way too, and where they don't with Miss Caldwell's. So we had to agree with all of that, and we did. So what we did out there was 10 times the street limit. That's what's being suggested here.
Thanks, sir. Any further comments?
Did we add the condition that, written condition that they agreed to keep the dogs inside during the showing to clients within a certain number of hours? I don't know. Couple hour notice or something? Matt, could we just add that as a condition then?
Make that condition number 13, Mr. Wiseman.
Yes.
That,
Repeat that, what was it? Repeat that.
That the client agrees to keep all the dogs inside when a client has been shown for the wedding barn, given 2-hour notice.
with a 2-hour notice.
2-hour notice be okay, Roger? 2-hour notice when a client is coming?
If I have a 2-hour notice, I mean, these gals that call up and want to look at things, sometimes I can't predict how long it's going to be.
Well,
Men are like
Well,
that
let's just-
too, Roger.
Well, let's just scratch that then. I mean, I think Roger just scratch it. I mean, that ought to be a gentleman's agreement anyway. This is starting to get too far out of hand to me. I don't know. We're putting restrictions on every daggum thing, if you ask me. I think we just need to scratch it and move on.
But you agree that you would work with him if he gave you 24, 48 hours notice, if you had that, whatever notice you have, you can call them? And I dare say he would give you his cell phone number.
I'm not opposed to what they're trying to do. It's just the spot that it's in is just causing us a lot of grief. And, you know, we've got $50,000 invested, another 25 to go. And, you know, to have noise over here that's going to conflict with what we're trying to do, I mean, we're finished. I mean, we've just totally thrown that money up in the air. And I don't think it's right that, you know, that permits are handed out that's going to conflict with one another. In this case, it does. And, you know, we were already some 12 months or so ahead of this. And so I don't think it's unreasonable to put a little more restrictions on there than the Board of Adjustment does. The Board of Adjustment has already put the restriction on there as far as the events itself, but not the restriction or not the accommodation. I'm showing it to clients. You know, had I mentioned it, maybe they would have done that. I don't know. I didn't mention it that night. I just thought about it later, that it's probably more critical when we're showing it to clients, as critical as when we're showing it to clients than as much as it is during that event.
Well, I know these gentlemen to be reputable, so I would think if you call them up in 10 or 15 minutes, they could put the dogs back in, right? I'm sure they'd be willing to do that.
Any more comments? Questions? I'd just like to say that we're not Fayette County, we're Scott County. Our comp plan says that this is followed. They've followed everything that we've asked for them to follow. They've answered every question that we've asked. I think we need to go ahead and approve this application this evening. So with that being said, I'd like to have a motion, please. Motion of approval or denial.
I'll make the motion to approve it.
Motion by Ms. Holland,
Second?
second by Mr. Wiseman. All those in favor say aye. Those opposed? Motion approved. You'll need to sign some papers over there with Charlie, please. Next order of business is Lloyd Road Wireless Communications Facility. Does anybody need a break real quick?
Anybody need a break before we get into this?
I'm gonna take 5 minutes.
Going to.
Is this an official break or? Okay.
Rob's taking
5 minutes.
5 minutes. Break. That's okay.
What do you want to do? Get rid of all of What is it? I'd say that's what she's going to do.
I didn't know what it was.
I know. I go back through there.
Goes back to approved every 13 conditions of 12.
Yes.
It's a whole different situation.
The sunset place.
Is everybody Davis on
Somebody turned the heat up, didn't they? Yeah, I know. It's cold.
Oh, it's getting hot in here now. You ready to go, Janet?
she is at the other end of the counter talking to Charlie, Robert.
You ready, Janet?
Janet. Here she comes.
You ready, Megan?
I was getting legal advice.
I hear you.
All right, Megan.
All right. The next item on the agenda is PDP 2016-05. It's the Lloyd Road Wireless Communications Facility. This is a preliminary development plan for a 190-foot tall lattice tower with a 4-foot lightning arrestor for a total 199-foot tower height. The tower will be located on a 10,000 square foot lease area on a just about 52.5 acres agricultural parcel. It would utilize an existing driveway with access from Stamping Ground Road. The drive is currently dirt, but would be upgraded to a gravel, 12-foot wide gravel path with a 30-foot access and utility easement. On the map, you can see the proposed project location. This is the subject parcel. The cell tower is located approximately centrally in the main portion of the site. This is Stamping Ground Road. You've got Lloyd Road and Viley. Just to give you a little bit of context for the siting and location of the tower, you can see on this exhibit that the tower is located 699 feet from the nearest residential structure, a little bit over 500 feet from the nearest barn, and 475 feet from the nearest parcel line. The circle that you see is a 500-foot buffer. It's a required element to show it as part of their application. On this next sheet, I listed the stated setbacks for the tower, platform, and generator from all 4 sides of the property. They're also included in your staff report for reference. As you can see, the 475 feet is the closest distance to that rear yard. And then the closest residence, again, is 699 feet north of the tower. The required setback for the agricultural zone district is 149.5 feet. It's based on 1/2 of the tower's height plus the normal setback for that district, which is for agricultural districts, that's a 50-foot setback. So 99.5 plus the 50, and you get your 149. So you can see that with the provided setbacks, they're well over the required 149.5. I've included the landscaping plan just to show you the proposed layout of evergreen trees. They're located 10 feet on center, kind of staggered, surrounding the entire lease area, or just within the entire lease area. And there's a 15-foot gap for the entrance. There's a 6-foot tall chain link fence, and no barbed wire is proposed. This is an elevation of the tower. I just wanted to kind of refresh. I know it's in quite a lot of detail in the staff report that you have in front of you, but for anyone new in the audience, there were 21 requirements of our application in our zoning ordinance. All 21 of those elements have been met, and they're available for review in the project file. In addition, there are 13 design and siting criteria, which I'll list and kind of summarize on the following sheets, but those have also been met. I meant to say, sorry, just back up 1 second. On the application requirement, one thing that I did want to just note was condition number, or item 19, is a statement that the applicant has considered likely effects of installation on nearby land values. There was a submission from Martin C. Brown of Galloway Appraisal that stated that wireless communication facilities will not have an adverse impact on property values, and that in previous studies they've never found that a wireless communication tower has a negative impact on value of properties in close proximity to these structures. That's available for you in the packet that you received. They also stated that there were no suitable tall structures providing an opportunity for co-location close enough to meet their identified service gap. In terms of the design standards, I was going to go through each of those 13 requirements that are part of section 2.55 subsection J within the zoning ordinance. First, the agricultural A1 zone district does allow lattice towers, so this type of tower is permitted in this location. There's a 250-foot distance, a minimum. Yes, that's the closest that a residential structure could be from the tower. The closest that is in actuality on this site would be 699. So they're well over that 250 number. As I discussed earlier, number 3, the minimum setback requirement is 149.5 feet. The closest that they have on this site is 475 feet. The tower is under the 200-foot kind of cap, which means that at 199 feet they don't need a variance. They've stated and provided documentation that they're in compliance with all the current federal and state standards. You can see the list on the screen. They've also, at the technical review committee meeting, the applicant stated that they don't have any needs for marking or lighting. They're not necessary on a tower of this height based on aviation safety regulations, and that anything that they would provide would comply with those regulations, but based on this height, they shouldn't need it. Number 7, they have stated that the site would be unmanned and that maintenance, and I believe that would be monthly, kind of check-in on the site. As I also mentioned when we were reviewing the landscaping, they've proposed a 6-foot tall chain link fence. 8 feet is the maximum that they can do. They're going with 6, and they've additionally stated that there will be no barbed wire. I've already reviewed number 9 about the landscaping. And I also stated that they have a 12-foot wide gravel access proposed to replace that existing dirt drive. There's no signage proposed. Additionally, requirements 12 and 13 have to do with the ability of opportunity to co-locate this site. In addition to the applicant could accommodate three other service providers, and their lease does not prohibit the possibility of co-location. Our ordinance also requires that you evaluate this application based on its compliance with the zoning ordinance, the subdivision and development regulations, and our comprehensive plan. I've just reviewed the specific requirements in our zoning ordinance and the kind of design and siting elements that are under your review. In addition, they will need to meet all of the subdivision and development regulations, and we've checked what's shown meets those regulations, but in addition, things like stormwater drainage type runoff issues would be required to be shown on the final development plan and reviewed by engineering before development on the site. So I found that they've met the zoning ordinance and subdivision and development regulations, and anything that hasn't yet been covered would be required prior to final development plan approval. The last thing to kind of think about is our comprehensive plan. And I have two kind of statements that I wanted to just put up on the screen for you to consider. They're also in your staff report. The first is the most recent update to our comprehensive plan. The 2011 update states that the guiding principle for management of growth and development in rural areas of Scott County is that actions taken and decisions made should result in a proper balance between the needs of development associated with community growth and the continuing need to preserve and protect Scott County's rural, agricultural, and historical assets for the benefit of the community as a whole. And I just wanted to kind of have that there for you. In reviewing the application, I didn't find any specific reference in the comp plan to cell towers, nor is the proposed site located in an environmentally sensitive area as defined by our ordinance. It's not in a floodplain. I haven't heard, at least I haven't heard from public yet, that there's any other kind of historical or things of consideration in that area. But I did hear from the applicant that there's an identified service gap in this area of the county, and that this proposed location would remedy a major gap. And they further stated, and this is from a radio frequency engineer's report, it's Exhibit O from the application, local demand for wireless services is starting to exceed the capacity of our existing sites in this area to handle. Customers from this area are now reporting that during peak use times they can't connect to the network, or reflexively that calls to customers within the service area are not getting through. This means that this geographic area is no longer being serviced effectively. And so what I'd ask you to consider, or to just think about when you're evaluating the comprehensive plan, is that balance between our needs of our growing community and our services that are provided, and the proper maintenance and balance of our agricultural and rural areas. As I stated in the staff report, this type of tower can be found throughout the county, and it seems appropriate. It's permitted in this zone district, and it's in several other areas throughout the county. I did include a map that our GIS department made based on the applicant stated that there's a 2-mile radius from the proposed cell tower site, and that kind of would be the improved area based on this new tower being constructed. And there's 466 parcels within that 2-mile radius of the proposed cell tower site. So based on those considerations, I find that the proposed development plan is in compliance with the comprehensive plan, the zoning ordinance, and our subdivision and development regulations, and recommend approval with the following 4 conditions. That they, again, comply with the zoning ordinance and subregs when they bring back their development plan and construction plans to us. That they'll adequately address upstream site drainage. They'll provide a digital copy of the approved plan to our GIS department so that we can get it into our records and our GIS system. And that any revisions or amendments must be reviewed and approved by the Planning Commission. Any major would go through to you, and minor would be staff review. Do you have any questions for me about the application or my report?
Anyone have any questions for Megan? Don't get some. Is the applicant?
Bring up my PowerPoint and also show me in small words how this works.
Laser.
Right, got it.
Pointing.
Not it.
Page up and page
okay.
up and page down. We'll go forward and backward.
Okay, great. All right, to begin, Mr. Chairman?
Yes.
Okay. Well, good evening, ladies and gentlemen. It's a pleasure to appear before you again. I'm here on an application for a wireless communications facility tonight. It is, of course, important that I be thorough, but I've also made a mighty effort to try to keep this condensed.
Could you state your name, Mr. Pike?
Oh, yes, David Pike, Pike Legal Group, PLLC, P.O. Box 369, Shepherdsville, Kentucky, and the rest of our contact data is of record in the somewhat voluminous documentation we've been submitting to your staff over the past few weeks.
Thanks, sir.
With me here today are a number of people, including Gene and Karen Butcher, who are the owners of the property. If you would raise your hands, please, folks. Also, Marshall Slagle, who's our recognized planning expert. William Grigsby, our structural engineer. If you'd raise your hand, please, Bill. Thank you. And Jaleel Arbab Sharani, our radio frequency design engineer, and Marty Brown, our licensed surveyor. What I propose to do is to do a quick review of this case to the extent that I can keep it quick, and I'll try to be expeditious in that regard. And at the end of this, we'll have, by stipulation, we'll indicate that our witnesses adopt their report as their testimony. They and I, of course, will also be available for examination by the commission or others as appropriate. Of course, I would be remiss if we did not thank Megan in particular, but also Matt, who's worked on this application, for their very hard work in connection with it. We've tendered a ton of information. And, of course, I believe, Megan, would it be fair to say that we've also addressed all the issues that were raised in your technical committee meeting since then, with supplemented and revised materials in order to make sure we met the letter of your regulations? And, of course, as she's indicated, all of the exhibits required by your local regulations, state law and federal law, have been tendered. They're all appropriately certified by recognized and licensed experts in their field. We also have voluntarily waived confidentiality associated with this application that's imposed by the General Assembly in its wisdom in KRS Chapter 100 without request, which we do as a matter of course in connection with applications, so that the public can have full access to these materials, as well as the Commission, of course. There are some binders that we've distributed to you in case you'd like to review some of the relevant elements of this application. Of course, all of this documentation was pre-filed in connection with this case, but I would like a copy of the binder. Megan, do you have a copy? To be included as an exhibit in this proceeding, since the Commission had reference to it during the course of these proceedings. And with that having been said, let's see, page down. Cool. Of course, the staff did a very good job of reviewing their very thorough report. A few critical factors that I'd like to make sure that we highlight at this juncture. First, there are absolutely no variances or waivers of any type that are required. That did not happen by accident. It happens because we make it our business to study your regulations chapter and verse, because part of our obligation is, whenever possible, to configure sites so that they meet the terms of your regulations. That isn't always possible, but it was possible in this instance. And based on some very careful design parameters, we've been able to meet or exceed all of your setback and other criteria. Of course, the staff indicates that we're fully compliant with all building and wind loading standards, that the comprehensive plan does not even mention wireless communications facilities. That our landscape demonstrates compliance with those requirements. I would note that landscaping has been beefed up and reconfigured after the technical committee meeting in order to address some concerns that were raised by your staff. And of course, the staff report also finds that we're in compliance with the comprehensive plan, zoning ordinance, and subdivision and development regulations. And also finds that there are no existing towers or sufficiently tall structures near enough for us to co-locate on. Because, of course, one of our first obligations, whenever possible, is to seek co-location if it is available. Our site plan is included at tab A of the binders that we've distributed to you. Please note that the first batch of site plans is the original ones that we tendered. The second batch are the revised ones where we made some alterations based on technical committee concerns. Although those concerns may not have been outright requirements of the code, we tried to address all of them and develop revised plans so that any action that you take here today would be based on express plans that have been signed off on by both engineers and licensed surveyors as appropriate. It calls for a 195-foot self-support tower. It's engineered as a 4-carrier tower, and again, no variances are required, and we're in full compliance with your local code. This site parcel is very large. That's the key reason why we selected it, in addition to it being near the center of our search ring or search area, as it's referred to. That allows us to maximize setbacks, and in this instance, that pays significant dividends. Your own code only calls for 149.5 feet. We managed to achieve setbacks of 717, 659, 601, and 475 from the 4 compass points. Also, it's almost 700 feet to the nearest residential structure. In densely populated communities like this county, that's difficult to achieve. In this instance, we were able to, and we hope that that will factor into the Planning Commission's consideration of our proposal this evening. And of course, this site is not required to be lighted by the Federal Aviation Administration or the Kentucky Airport Zoning Commission. We have final approval from both, and as a result, it will not be it will not be lit. We've tendered an expert report from Jaleel, who's our radio frequency design engineer, who's here today. It's included at tab B of your binder. He, of course, indicates that there's insufficient infrastructure in this area. There's a critical need for enhanced service, and that ultimately a new facility, in order to fill this gap and effectively integrate with the existing network, must meet 2 key criteria. First, it has to be built within the search area that we've designated. Second, that it has to be built at the specified elevation. And of course, that's the elevation that we proposed for this facility. This is a map of our current coverage. This is a map of our coverage afterwards, both of which are included in the expert report in your binder, and of course was previously tendered in connection with our application. That same report indicates, of course, that we've looked for other possible solutions, that we can't move outside of the search area, and that there are no tall structures available within the search area that would allow us to co-locate, thereby eliminating the need for this proceeding. Our search area is delineated at tab C. The red area is the search area, or search ring as it's often referred to. And that's the area we have to be located in. As you can see, our proposed site is squarely located within that search area. We included a site selection report at tab D. Of course, we always try to co-locate. This documents that there are certainly no tall structures of sufficient height within or adjacent to this search area. Ultimately, if there was, we would certainly co-locate. The vast majority of the new placements that we do for Verizon Wireless are in fact co-locations. That's what we do all day long at my law firm, is work on co-locations for Verizon Wireless. Ultimately, however, that's not always possible. This is one of those cases, and that's why we're here. And again, as I think I've previously indicated, it is always a joy to appear before this commission. But if we were co-locating, none of this would be required. Since planning commissions do not have local authority over co-locations, we can just go out with a building permit and do it. So it would be cheaper, easier, path of least resistance if it was available. In this instance, however, it isn't. We also continue with our site selection report, explaining why that we selected this site in particular. It's also worth noting that the entire search area is A1. I think that's accurate, isn't it, Megan? Which means from a zoning perspective, there are no other zones within the search area, meaning that no zone could be viewed as preferable, even though currently your code does not indicate a preference of one type of zone for another. We included a county tower map at tab E. That's, of course, required by the statutes. It indicates that the nearest FCC registered tower is nearly a mile outside of the search area. That site and all other sites that were most proximate were modeled. We were either on those sites, or they would not, or they could not effectively remedy the service gap that we've discussed. We've included a planning report from Marshall Slagle, who's present here this evening at tab F. Of course, Marshall is the former only 6-time president of the Kentucky chapter of the American Planning Association, has over 35 years of service with the Northern Kentucky Area Planning Commission, and he's one of only a handful of fellows of the American Institute of Certified Planners in the Commonwealth of Kentucky. He finds that this is consistent with the requirements of your regulations and your comprehensive plan, and recommends approval. Property valuation issues are dealt with at tab G from our expert witness Marty Brown, with over 20 years of appraisal experience. He finds that this will not have an adverse effect on real estate values. It's worth noting that we are not required to demonstrate that fact. We are required by the statutes to consider the issue. And in this instance, we dot that I and cross that T very effectively, I believe, with an expert witness who's indicated those findings. Structural considerations are dealt with at tab H. That's a report analyzing the tower from an engineering perspective by William Grigsby, who's a licensed engineer in Kentucky and is present here today. He finds that it meets all requirements and that in the unlikely event that there was ever a weather event sufficient to bring this down, that ultimately, first, the tower would bend about 2/3 of the way up so that no portion of the tower would ever strike the ground. And second, if something was catastrophic enough for that to happen in a bit of engineering dramatic flourish, he indicates that there would be nothing left for it to fall onto, since everything else would have been completely destroyed in the vicinity. Blasting will not be used in the construction of the foundation of this tower. It's not required and won't be done. Tower and foundation design issues are dealt with as well at tab I. That's the official engineering drawings. As Megan indicates in her staff reports, we meet all national and state standards associated with the tower construction. And, of course, that is stamped and sealed by a licensed engineer in the Commonwealth of Kentucky. A geotechnical report is included at tab J. Of course, that geotechnical report is necessary for our tower and foundation design and tower design in order to make sure that we meet those stringent national standards. In this instance, of course, it's stamped and sealed by a licensed engineer, and the nature of that report is self-explanatory at tab J. As Megan indicated, we are not in a floodplain. That's an issue we're required by statute and local regulations to address. We include that at tab K. You'll note that, of course, that's a finding by a licensed engineer that was stamped and sealed incident to our site plans. Tower height issues are dealt with in a supplementary exhibit called Tower Height at tab L. We did a plot of FCC registered towers in the vicinity. There are 10 FCC registered towers within a 5-mile radius. All 10 of them are taller than this tower. Let me repeat that. All 10 are taller. Now, again, ultimately, this is a tall structure. I would not be so bold as to indicate otherwise, but based on cell towers previously approved both by this Planning Commission and by the Kentucky Public Service Commission, it is a shorter structure. We meet all local requirements. And of course, we've met all notice requirements and have filed full proof and certification of all of those notice requirements under both your local regulations, which provide a super notice requirement, and also state law as well. As Megan indicated, chapter and verse, we've met all the requirements under section 255 sub F and 255 sub J as well, missing nothing. This case is, of course, different from other cases that you consider, and it's important that we recognize that it's different because, unlike other cases, this case is controlled first and foremost by the Federal Telecommunications Act, and all state law has to comply with that. Certainly all local law and all local deliberations must comply with the Federal Telecommunications Act. So let's run through a few provisions that are appropriate for us to keep in mind in any deliberation concerning a cell tower application anywhere in the United States and certainly in the Commonwealth of Kentucky. First, applications can only be denied when that denial is based on substantial evidence under the U.S. Code. Your own zoning requirements are an example of substantial evidence. In this instance, you have expert testimony from your own expert planner indicating that we have met all those requirements, in addition to the fact that it should be self-evident from the materials that we filed, which I'm sure have been carefully scrutinized by the Commission and also by your expert staff. Ultimately, lay opinion cannot serve as substantial evidence or a basis for a cell tower turndown in the Sixth Circuit of the U.S., and of course, this jurisdiction is part of the U.S. Sixth Circuit Court of Appeals. Unsupported opinion cannot be a basis for a cell tower turndown. Expressions of concerns with aesthetics cannot be a basis for a cell tower denial. Claims that the tower is unsightly constitute those type of aesthetic objections and cannot serve as a basis for a cell tower denial under U.S. federal law in the Sixth Circuit. Generalized concern that the tower is ugly or unwanted cannot serve as a basis for a cell tower denial in the Sixth Circuit of the U.S. Court of Appeals. And of course, otherwise, as the court rightfully finds in T-Mobile Central, anyone who opposed a tower could simply claim it would be bad for the community and there would be no wireless service. It's an appropriate finding by the Court of Appeals and appropriately binding on this commission in its deliberations. Federal law prohibits planning authorities from taking actions which would have the effect of prohibiting provision of wireless services. We also can't discriminate among providers. And of course, if we have demonstrated a service gap through expert testimony in our own service and have demonstrated that we have exhausted co-location alternatives, then we have met that burden squarely under federal law in this circuit. It is well-established law under both the express terms of the U.S. Code and under state law as codified at KRS 100.986 that consideration of alleged health or environmental effects associated with the provision of wireless communications cannot be considered by this Planning Commission in its deliberations. The reason for that is very straightforward, that those issues are completely preempted by the Federal Communications Commission. And the General Assembly, in its wisdom, readopted those exact provisions from the U.S. Code in the Kentucky Revised Statutes as a reminder for all of us in this evening's deliberations. The only caveat that goes with that is that we are obligated to indicate that we will operate this facility in compliance with our FCC license. We have indicated that in writing, and I indicate that as a representative of Verizon Wireless here this evening. Also, it's worth noting that these applications are different because wireless carriers are utilities. And the law on that in Kentucky is well established, very straightforward, and of course you can go to the PSC website and see that we are in fact listed as a utility subject to their regulation. Now, I'm wrapping up, Mr. Chairman. I've tried to keep this expeditious. I'll breathe right after I'm done with this. At tab N, I've included a report from the Federal Communications Commission indicating that now approximately 70% of all emergency calls are made from wireless phones. Now, it's also kind of worth noting that virtually all of that has developed in the blink of an eye historically. If you had looked at this stat back in 1996 when the current version of the Telecommunications Act was adopted, that number would have been 10% or less. And just in almost no time, we have evolved communications in this country so that now communications are wireless. With every single day in this country, there are fewer landline phones. Nothing's going to stop that progression. The only question is whether we now, as a wireless carrier with an express obligation to the safety of communities and an express obligation to our customers, not only based on the fact that they're our customers, but also under the terms of our FCC license, can be met. We meet that with incredible levels of expenditures and commitment to that, which is perhaps find its most vivid expression in the fact that we're here today with half of a room full of people in order to try to make sure that we are doing a good job of communicating the importance of this facility to you. If we want to underscore the importance of that further, take a look at the materials at tab O, which is the National Health Interview Study, which is conducted annually by organizations such as the Centers for Disease Control and the National Institutes of Health. It finds that now over 55% of all children live in households with only wireless phones. Couple that with the fact that now 70% of all emergency calls are made from wireless phones. And you understand why what we are doing isn't a matter of convenience, it's not a matter of profit, it is a matter of public safety and can't be viewed any other way. We work terribly hard to meet our obligations to our customers and to provide the infrastructure that communities need and demand in order to remain competitive and also in order to meet the critical needs and requirements of their citizens. At the end of the day, though, we need your approval in order for us to be able to meet those requirements and meet those needs. We don't have the luxury of planning for today. We have to plan for the future, and we have to take everyone in the community's needs into account. copy of my presentation is included at tab P, which now becomes a portion of the record based on the fact that a duplicate of your binder has been submitted to Megan for inclusion jointly as an exhibit. And with Mr. Perkins, I think it'd just be appropriate just to designate it as a single exhibit. Does that work for you? Okay. Our witnesses who are here this evening, I've talked about previously, and I've talked about their credentials. If there's no objection, what I'd like to do is stipulate that their pre-filed reports constitute their testimony here this evening. And we can also indicate, since we've observed them here and they've all been sworn previously, that they're available as witnesses. If there are any filings to date, all of our filings to date, including our original application, all amended filings, and all supplemental filings and submissions, I would now designate as exhibits in this administrative proceedings. These are not easy cases. There's nothing about them often that's popular. That doesn't alter the fact that they are absolutely critical to this and every other community. This is a utility service. It is a utility service that people not just rely on, that they have to have. And we're in the business of providing that service. Even though it is not popular, I hope this commission, when it considers our application, will recognize that our compliance with your regulations did not occur by accident. It occurred because we take it seriously. Our best guide, and the best guide of any wireless carrier that's entering your community, are the regulations that this commission has adopted. By complying with those, we take your requirements and your vision of your community's future seriously. I know that we take the needs of our customers and your citizens seriously. That's why we're here. And the fact that we are here with this level of entourage and this level of corporate commitment, I hope will speak volumes in that respect. If there are any questions, I'll be glad to try to answer them, and if not, I have people who are considerably smarter than I am with more degrees who can field them.
Does anyone have any questions for Mr. Pike?
I had one question regarding the, assuming this was to be passed at the end of the contract with Mr. Butcher, what would become of that cell tower?
We are required by state law and the term of our lease to remove it. Yes. And also in the event that it is disused for a period of 6 months, we are required to do that. I will also tell you I have permitted a lot of these, more than I care to remember. I'm up into a big number. And my firm has done leasings on thousands of them. I've never seen one come down. It may happen someday, but we're required by law to do it if it is ever disused for 6 months or if that lease is ever terminated.
Never know what technology might bring.
It's always possible.
50-foot tower may be all that's required in the future.
I still have a VHS recorder at home. I'm hoping for the old days to come back.
Mr. Pike, I got a couple questions for you. Is there any timeline on when the tower would be built?
That is a great question, and I wish I could tell you the answer. The way this works is it is never certain that we will receive approval from planning commissions. So these sites are not scheduled for budgeting until such time as all approvals are complete. It would be my expectation that it would be within the next couple of years, certainly, and perhaps a lot sooner than that. Because I believe in this instance we have all other approvals. This is the last piece of paper required.
That was going to be my next question. Is this
Yes.
the last approval you need? I brought this question up to Charlie one day. I was talking to him. We have a sunset clause, and I'm wondering where this application falls in regards to a sunset clause.
May I inquire of your legal counsel? Could you?
That's who I'm
could
looking
you
at.
perhaps, not that the sun is setting on our careers, Mr. Perkins, at our age, but.
Now I was going to say a terrible thing. And I haven't looked at it in a while, but as I recall, it's what, 2 years?
2 years with a 1-year extension.
With a 1-year extension, so, but it is consistent with state law, which says if anything significant is done out there, then no, it's not going to apply. It's if no action is taken.
So it's 2 years with a right of 1 year extension if
extension.
requested. I'm not sure that's the law, but I'd be prepared to stipulate that.
Okay. Oh, and this one you stated only 3 others can co-locate on this one, because I think the last application had 4. I just wanted to know
Yeah,
if there's
this
a
is,
difference there.
it's structured, truth be told, we can put more than 3 on in all likelihood, depending on loading, but we're trying to be very conservative in what we're providing you. Also, just a food for thought for this commission, for whatever it's worth. Provisions in which you limit the height of towers tends to increase the number of towers. Because ultimately it's about whether or not the lowest users on this tower will have a viable level of coverage at the height at which they are deployed. So this tower has the capacity potentially to handle more, but based on its geographic location, and we got enough room in our compound, if we needed to place more people, we could, if we had to.
One other question I have is, you pushed the 911 thing as a need for public safety, that Verizon's trying to help with the public safety. But I still have an issue when we approved an application over a year ago and they're still not have a building permit on that application, the one in Stamping Ground, the one on the other side of Stamping Ground. I don't know if you remember that one or not. So I that kind of bothers me when you say there's a need for public safety, but yet there's not even a permit pulled for that one. So that kind of conflicts
And
with
that's
me a little bit.
I understand the concern. I tell you, if after this proceeding, not as a condition of this case, but if after this proceeding, if there are specific sites that the commission has an interest in that are from Verizon Wireless, if staff will submit those to me, I'll be more than glad to make inquiry and will glad to provide a response to you.
Oh, I appreciate that. Thank you. Does anyone else have any questions for Mr. Pike? I'm tired of drilling him.
That's the one I was wanting to ask about.
Okay.
The one Stamping Ground.
That's all. I appreciate it.
Anything else?
No, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone from the audience that wants to speak about this application? Yes, sir. You can come up.
I'm Chip Richardson. I'm a ophthalmologist in town. I own a property that's basically adjacent to 1740 Stamping Ground, which will be marked. It's I think the planning and zoning marked it like 1768 or 1764. 3 years ago, my wife and I, when we were looking for a place to settle in Georgetown after my practice has been here successfully for a few years, purchased a parcel of approximately 168 acres. It's basically due west of the proposed installment. This is, of course, the first time I think that there's been awareness on my part that this is a point where the public can opine. So hopefully I haven't missed any roll calls. But the first thing I want to do is have everyone just kind of take a second. I was making notes as I was listening. Take a second and reflect upon the applicant's biases, a commercial interests and things like that. And understand that this application, to me, looks like it appears to represent the interests of one particular telecom provider. Verizon. There are always competitors in this business. And then the second thing is I've never met Megan, but her comment when she brought up, what are we tasked to do? To think about community and historic preservation and things like that. What maybe you may not know is that. A close friend of mine is Ann Bevins, who's kind of like the named Scott County historian. And directly across the street on the parcel that I own is a place where she calls the most historically rich place in Scott County. The 9th Vice President of the United States, Richard Mentor Johnson's homestead was there. The second time in U.S. history where war funds were used to erect a college was put there for sons of chiefs of Indian tribes after the War of 1812. It was called the Choctaw Academy. And for anyone that drives out 460, you'll see the placard. It says, 3 miles up the street, but no one can see it. The only thing left of that academy that was erected by the 9th Vice President of the United States is a dormitory that's in a state of disrepair right now. I made a commitment when I bought this farm to Ann Bevins and to the community that I would help to restore it. I'm currently in negotiations with the Bluegrass, or the Kentucky Heritage Council, to put an easement, let the state have an easement for the dormitory of the Choctaw Academy, which is directly across the street. And the second interest that I want to bring up is that when my wife and I were looking at a place, one of my hobbies is sport aviation. And my parcel that directs directly to the west of this proposed installment is where I thought it would make a great grass landing strip. And a 200-foot appliance in my glide path is not a very compliant thing to that wish. And so that's the second part. So we have a historic interest, which was Megan's comments at the beginning, and then we have how does it affect the use of my land directly adjacent. And it would pretty much eliminate the ability for me to have any kind of grass landing strip there. Because, as you know, you tend to approach into the wind, and most of our prevailing weather comes from the west. And, you know, I'm a research scientist, so you have to forgive me about some of the other comments I'm about ready to make. But one of the things that I noticed is that, you know, the applicant says that there's this immense need for the community. I know that actually the mayor of Stamping Ground actually called me about the Choctaw Academy and said, hey, look, this is a point that I want to help you with because it represents a potential site for tourism for the community. But the thing that I also was thinking about, the comments you made about another Verizon installment where the permit was never pulled is, you know, the tower is to benefit Verizon, but I don't see any studies from the applicant that demonstrate the needs of the community not being met by any provider. Further, I also don't see the public, you know, banging the door down and saying, we need this. You know, this is the first public hearing. And you'd think people would say, hey, I have poor, you know, cell service. I can't dial 911. But, you know, I would expect to see that kind of turnout if there was that kind of need. And then the applicant, in further support of that argument, says that there is critical need. And I don't see any study that shows, you know, what is the true need for that service area. And does it represent all service providers? You know, I would say also when you looked at the location of that tower in the center of the radio frequency target area, it was actually, or in the radio frequency target area, is actually sitting at the edge of it. And so based on my concerns, I would hope that this body would say that this might be a point to entertain a potential alternate location. We're not talking about aesthetics, because obviously there's plenty of district court information that says you can't judge this based on aesthetics. But there are certainly a multitude of other reasons to consider postponing judgment on this and potentially looking at another site within that radio frequency service area that perhaps moves it away from its impact on myself, on the historic preservation of the area, considering, like I said, our own Scott County historian said that the site across the street, Marquis de Lafayette, you remember that name from the American Revolution, actually was there hosting or attending a party by Richard Venture Johnson in the 1800s. I mean, it's a really, really densely rich historic area. I was trying, like I said, I was trying to make notes to myself. I was sitting here. I wasn't really certain what this venue would be like. But I would like to see, you know, perhaps as a scientist, you know, maybe a second independent study that says, are there other co-ops? You know, are there co-op opportunities that don't exist? You know, is it true that there are other co-op opportunities that don't exist? But anyway, that's kind of the short and sweet of it. I think there's a very dense historic preservation interest there across the street to make, you know, comment back around to Megan's comments at the beginning. And also, like I said, the tower is directly in a glide path to a potential grass landing strip that I want to install on my farm. That's all I have.
Thank you. Anybody have any questions? Is there anyone else to speak in this application?
Yeah.
Is there any questions? Mr. Wiseman?
On my place, I have really tall poles in my side yard that are used for electric transmission lines, and it really doesn't affect anything I do on that land, so I'm not sure how the Choctaw Academy would be in any way affected by this tower going up in the air.
Well, I don't think the Choctaw Academy itself is directly affected by it.
Could you come back to the microphone, please?
I don't think the Choctaw Academy is directly affected by it. What I'm saying is that when you think about that statement, the mission statement, you know, to maintain the historic value, the kind of the lay of the land for areas that are of historic interest, you know, forget the aesthetics. It's a commercial operation that's right across the street from a place that will be, it's actually already on the National Historic Registry for historic places, that will be an interest, hopefully, to folks that come to Stamping Ground. I'm going to open the site to visitation, you know, once we have it restored. But yeah, I don't think it affects the ability for people to observe the Choctaw Academy, but in the sense that it affects kind of the lay of the land there, that I think that's something that's important to consider.
Any other question?
Yeah, Megan, did we approve a tower, maybe a couple years ago on Green Lane? Isn't that real in the vicinity of this application? On the Jacobs property?
That sounds familiar, but I would have to go back and look specifically at that file. I don't have enough information about it at the moment. What type of information are you looking for?
I'm sorry.
It's being built.
It's being built. Well, how far is that one from this one that's being built?
Could you come up and state your name, please?
Or this one that's being proposed?
Yes, this is Jalil Arbab-Shirani. I'm the RF design engineer, not for that side. My colleagues, which take care of Louisville area, but I know, you know, since I get the emails and stuff, is in the process of being built, like Greenville she mentioned. So,
Wonder where that is. How close that is in relation to this. Mr. Pike, you have any information on that?
no, this is in the middle of like Louisville and Lexington on, I don't know the exact road, but you know, it's not on the highway. If this is Louisville, this is up here somewhere, and then this is Lexington.
I'm a little confused on the whole
Yeah.
situation right there.
Because Green Lane is where this one we approved is very in the vicinity of this one that's being proposed.
This one is called Greenville, if you're referring to that one.
Green Lane is where.
No,
Okay.
she's talking about Green Lane,
Green Lane.
which is just right up the road from this application. It's not very
No,
far. It's
so
within a
not-
mile.
It's not for Risington.
Okay.
Okay. Sorry.
That was something I was going to ask Megan too. Do we not chart where any of these are proposed to go, or?
When the most recent application came in last month, I know that we had some new GIS information given to us. But when I look at it, I literally look at what the applicant has provided to us that they've pulled from the federal.
But does that have any other?
But that would be
proposals?
existing. That doesn't show the proposed. No, I didn't look at other proposed not currently built sites.
Charlie, how should we handle this? Because Green Lane, the one we approved on that one on the Jacobs property is very close to this one that's being proposed. How should we do that?
Well, first off, I don't remember one on Green Lane. I can't imagine. I must have
That's
slept through that
David
meeting.
Jacobs.
Because I had missed a meeting, but I don't remember that. But regardless, according to the engineering,
She's
there is
showing
a
it here.
service gap here, and there's no other tower in the service area to fit that need. So it satisfies the legal requirement.
Mr. Pike, was there a co-location report in here? I don't remember you talking about that. I know.
Both the site acquisition report and the RF report indicate that there are no tall structures within that search area, certainly not this tall. Let's see if we can, if you can bring back up our search area perhaps. That was, did you have that in your report, Megan? Mr. Chairman, is it okay if I step back up?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
Maybe just in yours.
Let's see if we can, feel free to page through it till you find it. Okay, so where would the Jacobs, since I'm not familiar with this, Ms. Holland, where would that be?
That's hard to see.
Mile to the west, probably.
About a mile.
Yeah, there's Green Lane.
So where would it be,
I don't know where the
roughly?
Green Lane is.
It's straight back Green Lane.
It's outside your service area.
If it's outside the search area, it's irrelevant.
But your search area is just for the placement of the tower, right?
That's
That's not your service area.
That's correct.
So if the one was built on Green Lane, could you co-locate on the one on Green Lane instead of having to build this tower?
No, that's the problem, because we have to have correct spacing between the existing sites. Now, this would be an interesting issue if there had been a previous approval within our search area that had not been constructed. I would side with Mr. Perkins's interpretation in that instance, indicating that in that circumstance, we're still entitled to have our application reviewed. Now, whether or not in the future this Planning Commission wants to provide provisions for more speedy construction of sites that are approved, that's something that if you change your regulations, you can of course consider, and you've indicated a desire to address that issue. But if it's outside of this search area, it wouldn't work for us anyway.
Now, would your search area not be quite significantly smaller than your radius? You mentioned about a 2-mile circumference.
Yes, the search area is where we have to place this in order to tie in with the existing sites and fill the gap that we've got to fill. The 2 miles is the approximate area that's served. It is also important to recognize that we cannot construct sites too close to existing sites, because then it interferes with them and disrupts the network and the system won't work.
So the 2 miles, are you saying that from this site, there is a tower within 2 miles?
No, I'm saying that this tower will serve approximately 2 miles out.
Okay.
Another tower service picks up at that point and overlaps it slightly.
Okay.
And the goal for that every community should want is a set of interlocking sites so that there is a slight level of overlap throughout the system. That's what allows you, while you're driving, to make a call which does not drop. That's also, of course, what gives you good quality in-building service. Is this an appropriate time to respond on the issues that have
Yes.
come up if
Yes.
there are no
Can I
other
ask you
speakers?
one more question before you respond? So you mentioned if a tower is too close, it could interfere with your tower, but if you have no knowledge of this tower, that I'm not sure if it's 0.2 of a mile away, is that too close? In fact, because again, I don't know the exact location.
No,
but it looks like it's very close.
So we're talking about a tower that we think is somewhere back there. We don't know where, and it's been approved, but it doesn't exist.
Right.
And we don't have the right to build it.
It's there.
Oh, it's
No,
there.
it's built. It's about a mile away.
Oh, well, in that case, no. We've examined it and ruled it out. I thought this was an unconstructed tower.
That's what I thought.
Oh, no. I apologize. I've been working off a bad set of assumptions. If this tower has been constructed, we've absolutely modeled it. No way.
Was it on the map?
I'm not going to take.
Yeah, let's hold off your questions. If you have a question, you come up
I
to
know.
the
Good. I'm not going to get into a debate this evening with opponents. I'm not going to do that. Some kind of basic issues I think are worth responding to. First, it's important to note that we meet all requirements of your regulations. And of course, whether we are close or not to historic sites is irrelevant. We are required to obtain full NEPA approval under the National Environmental Protection Act before we can construct this tower. That includes an approval from the State Historic Preservation Officer. Next, we have approval from both the Federal Aviation Administration and the Kentucky Airport Zoning Commission for construction of this site. Next, the T-Mobile Central case, which is one of the ones that I cited in my presentation, that I know your legal counsel is familiar with, expressly states that whether other carriers have service is irrelevant to this proceeding, because people in your community are not required to carry 4 different cell phones in order to have service in different areas. They're allowed to expect that the FCC license holder that they get their service from will provide unified service that's comprehensive throughout the vicinity. We've demonstrated our need in the radio frequency report, and that's uncontroverted. And ultimately, any other objections associated with this are, frankly, NIMBY. It's not in my backyard. You've heard from your legal counsel previously, I believe, and I don't think he would have changed his opinion, that that is not a valid basis for consideration. At the end of the day, if the same objection could be made elsewhere or a similar one, then that's an effective prohibition of service. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Play. Any other comments or questions from, yes, sir, you had another question.
This is William Richardson again. I think that it's very evident, based on the comments that have preceded this, that there is inadequate studies that show the opportunity to co-locate on a potential piece of equipment that's, according to this gentleman behind me, is a couple tenths of a mile away. And secondly, when the FAA makes a recommendation on a particular installation, they're looking at their commercial B and C operations. Certainly no consideration is given to private airstrips. I think there's more than enough evidence here to have planning and zoning to make a requirement that we exhaust the opportunities for co-location, which then fulfills my need to have a good glide path into my farm.
Any other questions? Do you want to say anything on that, Mr. Play?
RF engineer has indicated in his report he's considered all constructed towers, period.
Okay. Thank you.
Charlie, do we need anything else on the historical that Dr. Richardson has spoken of? Or are we clear enough on that, you think?
The way the statutes are written, if they go through the checklist and provide scientific evidence that they have been satisfied, whether that be co-location or whatever else, they've got to go through historic and environmental elsewhere. That's not us either. They have satisfied our requirements, our state law requirements, and the federal law requirements. The fact that he wants to put a runway on his farm, I hope you can do that, but it's not going to be in line with this tower because it looks like they have satisfied all the requirements for the tower. And we have no authority to say no when they've satisfied the statute. The thing we need to keep in mind is federal law has preempted the entire area. The state then adopted what the feds have, and we have adopted verbatim what the state law is. It all flows downhill, as we know what that means. Even though the statute says they have protected our authority, they really haven't, because they have circumscribed that authority very tightly. Staff has gone through it, and they have satisfied each of those 13, 20, whatever the requirements are. So unless we have scientific proof, and that's not just simply this is a rich historic area, I'm sure it is. In fact, much of Scott County is, that in particular. But that does not rise to the occasion of meeting the very specific criteria that the statute sets out that we have to consider. And once you've got scientific proof that they've met those, somehow we would have to have scientific proof to refute it. We don't have that. What we've got is he'd rather have the airstrip, he'd rather not have a tower near these historic sites. I think we'd all agree with that. That doesn't match the statute, however. And that's what we've got to go by.
One last comment?
Yes, sir. Be the last one.
But that doesn't preclude the fact that this body could require, even though the biased source says that co-location opportunities have been exhausted, I think it'd be perfectly reasonable for this body to require a second independent study to prove that that is true. I mean, I don't think there's anything in statute that says this body can't say a second independent study to show that co-location is exhausted.
And I guess what I'd say on that,
this is a
Charlie, you're
very
probably gonna answer
biased.
too. I mean, he's met what we've asked for in our comprehensive plan and our ordinances to do, and there's nothing that says we have to have a second opinion on that.
But,
I mean, it would be nice.
Yeah, but it would be like
but
me.
then somebody has to pay
Yeah,
for
it would be
it.
like me prescribing you a medicine that says the manufacturer says this is safe. You see what
Oh
I'm saying?
gosh, that's done all the time.
Yeah, I know, but there's always independent university research studies that come out after the fact when it's going through its phase 3 clinical study.
Yeah.
So I don't think it'd be unreasonable to expect that, especially, considering there are towers that we know of that are very nearby.
When is the 60 days up?
Oh,
Now, is it 60 or 90?
I think it's 60.
60, isn't it, Charlie?
And we've got to be close by, because we've gone through tech review and all the rest, so we've got to be close by. When was this filed? But as the chair pointed out, and where's your budget for paying for outside experts? We don't have that.
Yeah.
And we're not required to have that. What's we're required to do is scientific certification that these things apply, and we've got that.
Dr. Richardson, just for your information.
I'll fund the study.
Well, he'd fund the study, but we may only have, we gotta find out when this thing was filed. It has to be.
Megan looks like
completed
she's
within
looking
60
for it.
days.
It should have been filed on the first working day of January. It looks like it was paid for on January 4th.
So we'd have till March, roughly March 4th. We've got another 2 or 3 weeks.
We'd have to have a special meeting.
Unless the applicant would agree to extend.
If it was paid for after the
Mr. Richard, Mr. Richard, if you're going to speak, I need you to come to the
You
microphone,
can go up
please.
to the microphone if you want to tell me.
If this was paid for after the deadline, does that roll it to the next calendar month?
It could have very well been, the first of the year would have been a holiday. I'm gonna look up what day of the month that would be.
And Charlie, does
What is
does the
y'all's point?
That
applicant-
was the first working day of the month. The first was a holiday, it was a Friday, so that was.
What is y'all's point on the 60-day thing? Stephen? is it-
60 days, this has to be completed within 60 days of when it was filed, or it automatically is accepted.
So what is your point of bringing it up? Are you not ready to vote on this tonight?
No,
or-
I'm saying if Dr. Richardson is willing to, if he wants an independent confirmation or to confirm that there is a deficiency in that area, then I don't have an
Or to
objection to that.
co-locate, I think is what Dr. Richardson.
Charlie, this is
Yeah.
a new one on me since I've been on this commission. What do you suggest? What's your expertise?
But it has to be done by approximately the 1st of March, or it's a done deal anyway. I'd love to hear independently that's what's needed.
Well, first off, I appreciate the comment each time that, well, these are biased reports. Well, that basically accuses people of malpractice. I don't think we need to be in the business of doing that. If we're not going to take professional evidence at face value, then frankly, we probably ought to change our procedures and require these things. Except, of course, statute's not going to let us do that. So, I mean, the whole thing, frankly, I think is a bit absurd. If we don't have any confidence in the professionals that come before us, then maybe we need to instruct staff that when they file these things to say, stop right there, you better go out and get some non-biased folk or something, and I don't know how you're going to make that work. What we've got to do is when we have rules in place, we need to follow them. If those rules do not work right, and believe me, through time we found many who haven't, then fine. Then let's sit down and go through those rules and make changes so that when people come in on the first working day of January, they know what they're facing. And we don't come in here a month and a half almost later and say, yeah, well, but let's add some more requirements. That's absurd. And I do appreciate the gentleman's point. He made some excellent ones. But people have got to understand what the process is when they come in. Once upon a time, we had the problem where the red pen never went away, even after everything was satisfied. We can't do that. We need rules. We need people to know what they've got to do to get here and to satisfy and get their approvals. Or if they don't do it, they can expect to get denials. We're asking them to put up tons of money to come in here and do these things, and then we're not satisfied. Then, by golly, let's sit down and change the rules where we legally can and make it a different process, because otherwise there is no consistency, there is no confidence in what we're doing.
Well, let me ask you this. If Dr. Richardson, if we approve this application tonight, Dr. Richardson decides to do an independent study that he finances himself, if by any chance that there is a problem found, then the applicant would have to address that, right? How would that be handled? Even if we've approved it and an independent person says there is a
Well,
problem?
the first thing you'd need to do is continue tonight's hearing to a new date that couldn't be our next meeting date because the 60 days will be up. You'd have to do that. You'd have to do that on the record for the express purpose, I think, of getting in additional technical reports. And as I said, and you would be saying in effect that it doesn't matter what you bring in here, we're not going to accept it if anybody says anything.
Charlie, I've got maybe a comment to your statement. You mentioned for us to second guess expert witnesses, but in several applications in past months, there's been expert witnesses to both sides that have contradicted statements.
And
so,
that's why you can question them, because
Well, exactly.
there they are.
Right,
But
so-
when we don't require them to be here, we're just saying we don't believe because we just don't believe. Oh no, if you've got two
Right.
experts and they say different things, that's precisely what we do.
which happens often.
Yeah, and when it does, that's precisely what we do. But in this case, statute gives us a deadline, it sets out a checklist, and I mean, I'm not gonna say we've got handcuffs on, but
Right.
but my hands are pretty close together, and so are yours.
And-
But again, I think if you set a special date and give them that opportunity, you can do that. We've got full 60 days to work with. But again, I think what you need to be doing is changing our process so people know what they're facing when they get here.
Exactly.
Because the way we're doing it right now, that's not what they've got, and that's really not appropriate.
And also, if we did give Mr. Richardson a chance to do that, he can go out and hire his independent inspectors or whatever and do his studies. But then you also got the cost of our staff, the cost of having a special meeting, the cost of our attorney to be up here for another meeting. There's a lot of money that gets involved, and I don't know if Mr. Richardson's willing to take on all that too.
Can I say something?
Yes, sir.
Planning and zoning is here to represent and be for the benefit of the community and the people within the community. This is the first public opportunity where someone like myself can even hear these issues be vetted. All I'm saying is there is perhaps a contrapoint to what's being presented here today. And I just would think that planning and zoning, there's no sense in bringing you together to hear this if it's just a checklist. That could happen without a meeting. A meeting says that there should be an opportunity for counterpoint. And all I'm saying is that let that voice be heard. Let that voice be heard. This is a democratic environment.
And 90% of the time, you're exactly right. We're dealing with a federal statute which sets it out. We're dealing with a state statute that sets it out.
The statute says the applicant must show that these things are true.
And we've got a record that
But
shows that.
if there's doubt, because there has been some doubt brought up by a tower that was nearby, then the applicant hasn't shown that. That's all I'm saying.
Well, really, the applicant has shown that, hasn't he?
Yeah.
Yeah, he really
I mean,
has.
his presentation he has and all the stuff he's given us, he's shown us everything we've asked him to do, and I do kind of sympathize with you, Mr. Richardson. I think we should represent the people of Scott County since we're setting up here, but we also have a comp plan and ordinances that we also have to follow. If we don't follow those, we might as well just get out the door because nobody's going to follow the rules.
If you're worried about the cost of coming together to hear the contrapoint, then you've kind of violated the democratic process. I mean, that's what I'm worried. I mean, it shouldn't be a cost issue. It's a just like my coming in the middle of the night to take care. It's a duty issue, and I think we have a duty to hear both sides.
In my opinion, I think we've heard both sides tonight. I think we need to move on.
I have one really quick question for Mr. Pike, hopefully my last one. Can you step up there? I was reading the Telecommunication Act in 1996, and it does say in there, and I don't have it with me, it says 150 days for new towers and 90 days for co-locating. Has that changed
Yes,
to 60 days instead of 150?
by the wisdom of the Kentucky General Assembly, which has defined that time period expressly as 60 days.
Okay.
On the 61st day, it is, quote, deemed approved by operation of law, close quotes.
I must have
There are
found
other
an
states
old
that are
copy.
following.
Well, no, I think what you may have been reading, and I don't want to in any way denigrate your interpretation. The federal shot clock, which has been adopted, was meant to address this issue in other states where an express time limit has not been adopted. In this instance, our time periods were always shorter than those federal mandates. And of course, the shorter mandate applies.
So federal's 150 shot clock and 90 for cola, but Kentucky's a
60 for new tower
it's
construction.
Kentucky's law, not FCC.
Correct. You would agree with that, Mr. Perkins?
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. Appreciate that.
Any further comments? Questions?
Mr. Pike, would you have a terrible objection if we allow this independent study to occur? I mean, it'd have to be back by the 29th, 30th, I guess.
I'm not prepared to extend time limits associated with this. I'm not authorized to. And I wouldn't recommend it. At the end of the day, who pays? The big objection is that we paid our experts. Who's paying the new expert?
I suppose.
So that'll be independent, right?
That would be his, yeah.
Yeah.
I don't
Well,
know.
no. If more fundamentally, you've set up a system here, and I'm hoping at some juncture we will cut off this debate back and forth, because I think we've covered these issues about as thoroughly as they could possibly be covered. You've set up a process, and we followed that process. This radio frequency design report was filed from day one, and it's been in the record, it's been available, everybody had notice. The way this process works is that if you've got objections, then you get your witnesses and you come to the hearing. This isn't a rolling target where we keep coming back month after month after
But
month.
this is his first opportunity to come.
This application's been available since day one. And that's what the public notice provisions are. So at the end of the day, we follow the requirements, and I would suggest that you hearken back to your own attorney's view and counsel in that regard. At the end of the day, we're charged with the responsibility of following your regulations, the state statutes, and the federal law, and that's exactly precisely what we've done.
Mr. Pike, what public notices, did you have to send out any notifications?
Oh, absolutely, and your own staff will be glad to run through those with you.
Do you know what day
And in
you sent
fact,
those?
you provide more notice than any other jurisdiction in the state
Do you know
does.
when you sent those out? Megan may have.
All that's been filed.
I'll look through this while I'm trying to talk to you.
I'll indicate the initial notice goes out on the same day that we file the case.
What I'm remembering from their application was their initial notices were to a 500-foot buffer from the site, and those went out originally. We require a 1,000-foot buffer. I don't know if you particularly fall in the 500 or the 1,000, but the 1,000 would have only been sent out. We require 14 days to this hearing. So if he was in that second range, Mr. Richardson would have only received notice about 2 weeks prior to here, which is, admittedly, that would be difficult to know what's going on, come into the office, look through plans, get an independent or paid study. So I really do. I see both sides, but I think it's up to you to figure out whether or not that opportunity should be given.
When are the signs have to be placed on the property?
That's also 2 weeks.
2 weeks prior. Because I know they've been there for a while. So.
The initial signs have to be placed on the date of filing.
It's been up a long time. I know that.
Our local is a 2-week. Federal, the telecommunications does have a separate. They do their own signs that are different than.
Okay. All right. Mr. Richardson, I have one more question for you. If you could come up, please. When did you get your notice?
Notice I received was dated January 26th. My wife picked it up from the post office 1 week ago. Certified letter. Was it the Friday in Scottsdale? Okay, so about a week and a half ago.
Okay. Thank you, sir.
That's the
All right,
last
let's-
time.
Is there any other questions from
I'm done.
any of the commissioners? I mean, I'm,
So Charlie, you think that the applicant's done everything that they needed to do?
Well, I don't know about everything they need to do, they've done everything
Everything
we
you're
require them.
required to
They've done
do.
everything we require them to do, yes.
so. If there's no more discussion, I'll entertain a motion either to approve or to deny.
I move that we approve this application.
Motion by Mr. Wiseman for approval. Is there a second?
I'll second.
Second by Mr. Caldwell. We'll do a roll call. Mr. Wiseman,
Yes.
Mr. Solsky,
I would say no, because I'd like to give Mr. Richardson the opportunity to do some studies, possibly have a special meeting if need be.
Mr. Moran,
Yes.
Ms. Holland,
Yes.
Mr. Smith,
That go with Mr. Solsky's sentiments, I would rather see. I
Mr.
think
Sano.
he's due that.
So no. Mr. Caldwell,
Yes.
Ms. Mizell.
Yes.
The chair would vote yes also. So motion's approved.
Thank you very much.
Megan, is there anything else? Or Joe? I didn't see Joe there. Joe?
Yeah, just two things quickly. I can remember what they are. Oh, yeah. First thing, we need to schedule a budget workshop. We got the notice from the county that we need to get our tentative budget in by March 3rd, which is prior to our next meeting. So,
So you're
I had
saying
a couple-
workshop?
Yeah, we need to do like a budget workshop. We don't necessarily have to vote on the budget at that meeting. We can maybe just work through it and vote at the regular March meeting. But I had a couple dates.
Hey, folks.
16th.
Hey, folks, if y'all could kind of be quiet as you're leaving, because we're still having a meeting, please. Thank you.
The 16th or the 19th, or the 24th, 26th, and 29th are the only dates. We don't really have anything else going on, so.
In February, Joe?
Yeah, yeah, it has to be in February.
Could you
pretty
say
much.
those dates again, Joe? I'm sorry.
Tuesday, the 16th, Friday, the 19th.
Now, are you doing these in the evening hour?
Well, no, I'm just throwing out these dates. I just want to hold one budget workshop. We don't have to meet on every day.
What's
that
your
I
name?
Right,
mentioned,
right, but I'm
yeah.
saying, when are you proposing we
Oh,
want to
okay.
meet? I'm sorry.
In the
Sorry.
evening?
I was like,
Middle of the
no,
day,
not every
after,
day.
4:30 or
I was
6?
thinking like 4:30 after work hours.
5 o'clock.
4:30, 5 o'clock.
16.
What's your next date, Joe?
So Tuesday, the 16th, Friday, the 19th, Wednesday, the 24th, Friday, the 26th, or Monday, the 29th. Well, actually, Monday, March 1st. Those are the 5 dates that would work.
The 29th is Monday.
Yeah,
It's leap
Oh,
year.
it is leap year? Okay. So, we're working on the budget. This is for next fiscal year. It's got to be into the county March 3rd. We'll get that budget out to you before this meeting. We don't want to hand it to you at the meeting and then go through it. So we'll get it out to you ahead of time so you can look at it. and
How
bring
far,
any
how far along
questions.
is Mary with it? I know said she was working on it.
It's
the other
pretty
day.
far along. It's pretty much done. Pretty much done.
16th
Our
is Tuesday.
proposal's done.
I'd like to get it in on Tuesday.
I'm fine with that.
So if there's any changes we need to make, we can try to
Okay.
give Joe some time to work on it a little bit.
So this Tuesday coming up, 16th?
If that's okay?
Oh, shoot. Okay.
Well, I'm out on that
Can't
one.
be Tuesday.
I ain't doing no
So-
Fridays.
Okay,
No
so how about
Fridays.
Wednesday, the 24th?
So I guess it's the 24th.
You said, what time are we?
I would say 5 o'clock would be good. 4:35, either one.
Let's do the 4:30 as a regular workshop, please.
4:30?
If everybody else can make it, I'll be the only one that probably can't make that meeting.
Oh, you can't make that one?
But
Well,
I mean, that's,
If we do it a little later, can you do that?
I'll be,
You got something else?
out of
son
town.
graduates from boot camp on the 25th.
Well, you don't want to go there. You don't want to go there.
I'm going.
You'll cry.
Well, I can get you the budget and you can send any
Congratulations.
comments. He can send comments in or talk
Okay.
to you guys.
Yeah.
Talk to the executive.
Well, maybe Stephen could come in before he leaves and just look over it and have any questions. You
Well,
know,
I'll be meeting on the 23rd for
the steering committee or something, or a
comp plan.
okay.
Subcommittee.
So,
Wednesday, the 24th, workshop for budget
4:30 you said,
at
right?
4:30 at the office.
That's fine.
Okay.
Tell Mary to text us or email us.
Yes, please.
Yeah.
The right time.
We'll email you and we'll get our proposed budget out by probably Tuesday to you. We'll email it to you.
So right now
Or
it's at
mail it to you.
4:30.
Take one step.
So 4:30 on Wednesday, the 24th of February. Okay. I also handed out everybody's educational hours, how many hours they have. There's some opportunities coming up. There's a Bluegrass Ad Regional Planning meeting. That's every other month they meet. That's coming up March 15th at 2 o'clock at the Bluegrass Area Development District. You can pick up.
Joe, would you do me a favor? Maybe a couple of us were talking about this before we started the meeting this evening. How many hours we need to have? A couple different thoughts. So I'll be honest, I don't think we all know how many.
I handed out the hours that you have.
But it doesn't say how many we need.
What's required?
Well,
Like for
okay.
instance,
I'll go through it with you.
All right.
You need to. Well,
8 hours every 2
I'm not
years.
sure if I've had it verified, but you need to have 8 hours in the previous 2 years. But I'm not. Have we talked about this? I'm not sure if it's
We
the
have, I
calendar
just
year
couldn't
or the
remember.
running 2 years. David Pike just left. I should go ask him real quick.
Gosh,
Before he gets out the door.
We looked into that when it first came out, and I can't sit here and tell you what we decided we think it is, because it's a little ambiguous.
Joe, you did
Yeah.
go over it at a workshop. It's probably been 6 months, though, so I couldn't remember.
Okay. Well, I'll research that and make sure I'm correct, and I'll get you
And
that
let us,
information.
email's fine.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right. The other thing is we've got the conference plan steering committees. We talked about everybody, or not steering committees, subcommittees. We've got 6 subcommittees formed. We talked about planning commissioners serving on at least one. So if you're still available and able to serve on one, we have the dates that they're all meeting. Did we have that? Okay, so they should be in front of you. If you want to just call us or email and volunteer. If you can't serve on one, we're not going to hold it against you, but we'd like to.
I think there's
have
only
you
one
serve
that hadn't
on
done that yet, so.
I guess that's all I had.
All right, meeting adjourned.
All right.
Don't we have are we going over, Charlie, are we going into closed session?
I think I'll just send out some emails on that. I don't have that much more to say than we talked about at the executive committee, so I'm gonna do some more work on this, and I'll get some emails out to you, and we'll talk.
Meeting adjourned.
Right, workshop. It is, it needs to be all
Right, I've been, have, so maybe that's where you're good. I have 9.25, I think I'm okay, but we were just talking before the meeting. He was thinking 16, I go, I only got 9.25. Okay, it is 8. Okay, see you, Rob. Not that you're out running, huh?
You three are all good. Yeah. But the issue is whether it's run at 2, it's 2 year.
Caleb,
Yeah.
make him take you somewhere nice.
We're off camera, right?
Oh.
Actually on
He told us
I don't know what I've got, and then I'll figure what I need.
Almost got
don't waste your money. I thought that was okay.
Oh, I was gonna say, is Frank leaving this book?
I was gonna tell you, it's a free jacket to them.
I was trying to buy him maybe
Oh,
2
no.
or 3
It
weeks
says,
to
like I say,
possibly
you
come
pay,
back.
Jeff.
See, you can still tell him that, it's just to be sarcastic this time.